Uncharacteristic has the best stride as they come to the wire. Uncharacteristic. 3 for peace, not not. We'll take the 74th running of the Manitoba Derby. Who's going to take the Manitoba Derby?
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory, and the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Anisininu, Dakota, Lakota, and Dene peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 18 on, or day 17 on the racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at Wednesday's racing action. Who is hot? Well, on the jockey's side, it was Sven Balrup, who had a great day. He had the hat trick, including a win on Sophia Storm in the La Vérandre with trainer Steve Keplin Jr., who also had 2 wins on the card. So Sven Balrup, with that hat trick, is now in second behind Praven Badri, who has 20, tied with Demario Bino with 17, Antonio Whitehall with 12, and Rashad Knights with 10. Steve Keplin Jr., with those 2 wins, has opened up on the field. He is up by 9 on Michael Nault and Lise Pruitt, right behind Jared Brown and Tom Gardapi Jr. Stretch, what'd you see on the racetrack on Wednesday?
Well, let's group them all. I thought it was a fun last week. We had the 3 days of racing. We had fast tracks. It was the top 3 of the season so far.
3 days of racing?
Did we have 3?
No, we only had 2.
It just seemed like we had 3.
Well, maybe it seemed like it.
Okay, anyway.
I had 3. I had 4 days of racing because I was down in Minnesota at Canterbury.
Nicely done.
That was great.
Yes, I know you had a couple winners there. Anyway, the fastest day was on the Wednesday. In fact, the above par early fractions were going. That's how quick it was playing. So It was really good to kind of follow along there. And like I said, some nice stretch duels at the end.
Oh, there definitely
back and
was.
forth, and a couple in the stake races. And I'd just like to mention, so if you've been following us along for the last few days or the weeks, or in fact 6 years, Kurt. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Crazy, isn't it?
6 years.
Yeah.
Holy.
6 years of you. Anyway.
How do you put up with me?
I don't know.
Ask my wife.
There we go.
She's been in it there a little bit longer.
Appreciate everybody following us, all the good and the bad feedback. I think we both know, or at least Kurt sometimes has some not so good picks. But it happens. It happens from...
That's so true.
I might too. That I'm just kicking myself. But yeah, just trying to figure out each race. Some races are a little easier than others, and some that this race shape doesn't go. So just have to kind of follow along. And our goal, if you haven't followed us before, is just try to give you that information, and then you go with your picks. It's that much more fun if you have your own, end up with your picks. We're just trying to set you up for the information that you might need to get that winner and try to make you some money that way. So hopefully works out today and moving forward.
Yeah, and a happy Canada Day to everybody. Big day out there. Massive crowds coming in, Stretch. Did you find a parking spot?
I got one. Got here just in time to make it in time. Interesting card today. We've got a few big favorites, but we've shown.
Yeah, we definitely do.
Certainly can make monies even off the big favorites. I've got a few price horses. Hopefully, it's not one of my bad picks, and it's one of my better picks. So I'm ready to go.
All right, let's kick it off with the $5,000 claimer. For fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-4 lifers, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 1, Rope and Wranglers. Make the jockey Sven Balrup, as jockey Praven Badri is off all his mounts today and tomorrow. But I will keep you up to date on all the rider changes, as we do have them all for today. Let's kick off the first. Who do you like?
All right. We've got the same selection. Makes sense. This horse won the non-3-2 back and then moved up to an extremely tough field last time. I thought the horse ran relatively even. I think today should get a nice stalking trip. And if she can run back, I think to either of the last 2 races should be right there at the end.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is a power drop by trainer Michael Nault. As it is a Manitoba bred, 50% of the claiming price. So in for $7,500. I think it's taking a big edge in here. Not a lot of early speed. So I think Commando's Last Dance should be pressing the lead, if not on it all alone. I think has an absolute big chance with this big drop. I also like number 1, Ropers and Wranglers. Had a good win 2 outs ago in stalking form. Came back, was 4th beaten 5 to a little horse called Load Abroad, who has now won 3 in a row. And Load Abroad at the $5,050 or the $55 and $7,500 level. It's going to be so tough to beat her in there. But Ropers and Wranglers was within 5 lengths.
Absolutely. Clearly, you've read my notes. So I'll just agree with you on that one. I ended up with the 4 in second just because, as you mentioned, there's not a lot of speed. I thought maybe this one could be the speed, and I don't like to leave out the potential lone speed. I realize the 5's not going to let her get that far away, but who knows, might end up. We'll see how the track plays. It's playing fast. The horse could try to steal it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. So I'm going to give you 5, 1, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2 at $10,000 claimer. For fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers, going the 6 furlong stretch, and not a lot of speed in here.
True. Maybe. Okay.
Maybe.
I really like this horse. I like the 2 quite a bit in here.
Oh, so do I.
Yeah. I think maybe we can steal some value because it's kind of dirtied up form the last few. I think this horse can be the speed in here because if you look at the races in the competition this horse has been running against, there was just so much speed this horse could not get the lead. I think there's that much less amount of speed in here, and I think she could just end up grabbing the lead. When she gets the lead, take a look. She won by 11 last year at kind of the similar condition, the non-2, but still, that's why I think she's going to be extra tough today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I looked around. Maybe Tia Susie can kind of warm her up a little, but even just a little breather will be good enough. Demario Bino has been on a roll the last few weeks, so I think it's the predominant speed of the race. I also like number 4, Mineral Rights. This one came out of a little bit of a crazy race last time out. Stalked the speed of Sneaky Situation. Coming down the lane, there was a loose horse that was weaving in between the two of them, but Mineral Rights on the outside, even though it did check inside the 8th pole, still finished with a ton of run, and I really liked that the horse showed that much heart and that little bit of speed in a speedless race, so I had to put it in my top 3.
Yeah, interesting. I'm going to go to we both have the 1 in here. I think the 1 is truly the closer in here. Does usually finish up well. We're going to need that. Last race at the 5 furlongs was simply too short. Now gets the 6. I like that there's been 3 workouts since the last race. Really like that, waiting for potentially this spot and just that little extra distance. I think for me, it completes the exactor.
Yeah, no doubt. And look at Rashad Knights. He just won on number 3, Midnight Candy Storm, the other one at Tom Gardapi Jr.'s, and he elects to go to the 1, Olive's Candy. That tells me a little bit of something. And talk about Midnight Candy Storm that we both liked last time. That just got up.
There you go.
Just.
Right in the notes. Got up in time. Moves up in the non-3. Workout since. I do like that. The horse wins. Then the trainer decides, let's have a workout. Really like that. I think, again, need the pace to back up a little bit. I think this horse certainly belongs in this mix. Liked how the horse was game enough to get up. So that's why I'm 2-1-3.
And I'm 2-4-1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3. It's the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. And kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Scratch number 1, Born in a Blizzard. Number 2, Chazette. Make the jockey Antonio Whitehall. And there'll be a 1-9 favorite in here.
There will, yes. The race goes through the 5, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing how she runs. Maybe you can't make a lot of money on the win bet. I'm just hoping that she breaks a little bit better. Now, if she runs and breaks a little bit, I think she can still win. But I want to see how good she can be in here. Last time she broke a little slow, and doing that wasn't going to win the race because the winner is just that much better. And so you got to keep it on the same playing field. So I'd like to see if she improves. I want to see her break that much better and see how well she does.
Yeah, she was against the boys last time. It was a little bit of a mixed bag race. But I agree with you. She has such a nice turn of foot. If she does break out of the gate, she might just open up 3 or 4 on these and be long gone. I also like number 4, Amplify. They are putting blinkers on today. That opening race that Amplify ran was absolutely huge. Zabibo was the massive favorite in there at 1-5 and ended up getting the job done, but it looked really scary at the head of the lane whether Zabibo would win if he had a win bet. But Amplify kept running on right until the end. Got beat by that length and a half, going 5.5. Now gets 6 furlongs and a nice freshening work. Blinkers on. A lot of things to like.
Yeah, every reason to improve after only 1 start. I thought the 3 looked like a different horse last time.
Did it ever.
Made a nice move on the outside and 1 going away. I didn't see that in the previous spots. Maybe this horse has now figured it out. And certainly if it has, maybe close the gap a little. I think is best to rest. And I'm going to the 2 as my third selection. Same kind of thing is couldn't figure it out at being 2 years old. Then the first time out showed a big improvement. We were both a little bit surprised.
Little bit. I was a lot of bit. 60-1. The horse hadn't beaten anything and ran absolutely huge.
Yeah, and that came. That horse basically stalked and went from there. And then the last time it had a bit of trouble, much tougher field. So, like I said, I think this horse is improving. Needs a clean trip to try to get there. I'm 5-3-2.
And I'm 5-4-3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 2, 3 rough shots. It's scratched. Stretch, we're both on the dropper.
Yeah, absolutely, because we both like to use this angle. The horse drops out of the maiden special weight where the horse can't be claimed, have to run against potential stakes horses. Now drops to the claiming ranks. I like the move by the trainer, recognizes that this is the spot. This horse can show some speed, but also can finish up. So it's not one of those that need the lead. I always get worried on the need the lead type in case somebody quarter horses early. I think runs back to the last couple, should be right there.
I bet a horse at Canterbury Saturday night in the last race. Same angle, maiden allowance, dropping to 7,500. That horse sat third by 2 early, ended up 5th beaten 8, ended up going to the front, wire to wire. I got 5-2. Not sure if you're going to get 5-2 on this one, but Counter Command has been testing way tougher. This is definitely the horse to beat. I also like number...
Hang on. Hey, I didn't get a text message about this horse.
No, I was on the road.
All right, go on.
And then I had to wait in line at the bar.
Fair enough. I could have taken a horse if I did. Go ahead about the 3.
Yeah, I could have gave it to you, but you know what, Stretch? I like making money myself.
All
too.
right.
Every now and then.
Every now and then.
Okay, we also like number 3, Marvelous Mark. Was beaten by 11 last time out, but Bila Soul was just way too good for them. This horse takes the drop from the maiden allowance also down to the 75. Nice work coming in. 3 furlongs in 38-2. So I think this horse can move forward off that race, and even just a little bit of moving forward is enough at a big top 3 finish.
Oh, completely. Not to mention had the one start over the track, just getting used to it for sure. And also a 4-year-old running against the other 2 that we kind of like as our 3-year-olds. We both got the 1 in here. I got that first start last time after special weight, then dropped.
Well, that's that maiden allowance drop angle.
There it is. And so I thought the horse obviously started off poorly and then kind of woke up since and runs back to some of those last year races. Certainly puts this horse in the mix. Even an outside shot of winning the race just because
definitely.
There's no world beaters in here. So I'm 6-1-3.
And let's talk about the first-time starter, number 5, Rugged Rooster, the dad, Nonios. 3 wins from 6 furlongs to a mile 16th, $450,000 in earnings. The mom, a bit of Blarney, was unraced, and this is a first foal. There is a 2-year-old and a yearling, so nothing to go off in the family. Does have some early works that are pretty good. Late ones are a little bit on the slow side. Might be one just to throw in, but I'm giving you 6-3-1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 1, Addie's Thunder. Make the jockey Antonio Whitehall stretch. Well, we're different in here, no doubt about that.
Kind of different, but not really. You'll hear it as we go. I think one of the better betting races in here, many directions. I don't think there's going to be a big favorite in here, do you?
No, I think Lemon Twist will go off as the favorite, but I don't think it'll be under $5.
I agree with you, for sure. So I thought there was going to be some pace in here, so I looked for the best closers, as you did too. I'll let you talk about yours after I talk about the 3. This horse comes from Turf Paradise, cuts back from a mile, has been working since May. The horse was a vet scratch way back in the end of April, so that's why I just took a little time. I like that the trainer just decided to wait, and I think the horse is now in the right spot. Will need the duel, the shorten up, just a matter of timing it and not get back too far. So I think right spot certainly can be there.
Yeah, I looked for a closer in this race. The 1, 4, 6, and 7, all the same type of style, run and gun to the front. Number 2, Distinct Tail, my top selection. This is a horse last time out, didn't get out of the gate at all, was well back on the field, but finished full of run in the end to only lose by 3 lengths. And I really like that race. I had to instantly watch that replay again. Yes, the horse was 40-1 on the board that day. And if they let this horse go off at any kind of odds, 5-1 or higher, I think this is a great play because I think that horse really needed that start. My second selection, number 6, Lemon Twist. This horse has really woken up. First time out, that was the first start over the racetrack at the allowance level. Took the drop to 10,000, and this horse has been much tougher in the last 2 starts, running back-to-back second-place finishes. But Silver Blur was an allowance non-2-lifer last year, and Big Walk was also taking a little bit of a drop. So Lemon Twist, yes, will go off as a favorite, but how's it going to run is the question mark, as it does have a rallying race in there. If it rallies from off the pace, definitely $5 on the board might be the biggest bargain.
I noticed how you moved right to the 6, so I couldn't take credit on the 2.
No, of course not.
I'm going to talk about the 2 because
Okay.
this horse almost was my top selection. Agree with all.
And you got it third.
Well, because I had to leave one of the speed horses in there. I'm using the 2 on all the
Okay.
tickets. I'm using all of the horses listed up there.
Yep.
You made all the valid points. Everything's good. Just has to sit break better and sit closer. If it's that far back, watch out. I went to the other speed horse, the 4, just because this horse was running against such tougher fields. Almost, was stuck on the rail in the first start with tons of speed. Almost no chance in there.
And the rail was horrible.
Horrible
for the
at
first
that
week.
time too. So I'm giving that. Now drops it in class, just like we've talked about the special weight to the claiming. Same kind of angles here. I watched the replay on this one. This horse kind of got tired, maybe at the 8th pole. Again, a lot of speed. And if the 6 sits back and gives this horse a bit of a breather, had to include it. That's why I had to put this horse in second. I'll box my picks. That's what I'll do. 3, 4, and 2.
And I'm 2, 6, and 3.
Are you boxing?
No, I'm not boxing.
Straight.
I'm straight up.
Oh.
I'm going with the odds on the deuce.
Okay.
Now on to race number 6, an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up that are maidens. They're going to go 6 furlong stretch. And this is a probable huge favorite in here that you just didn't want to put on top because you can't pronounce it.
Well, that's true. I definitely won't even attempt it. I'll wait.
Easy Treates. Come on.
I would not have got that one. Let's call it easy. I think it's a match race here. I have co-top picks. So if we could put the 2 / the 4 together, top picks. So just kind of covering myself.
Yeah, I can tell.
The reason I do have the 2 on top, make this race 6.5, 7 furlongs. I'm running to the wickets on the 4 all day long. I put the 2 just because the early pace angle. Yes, this horse has been off a year, but if this horse can get the lead and slow it down a little bit, maybe the 4 just can't get there. I'm looking forward to seeing both of them run. That's some solid pedigree from the 4, absolutely. Like I said, 7 furlongs, even 6.5. The horse may still run off and hide, but they're just going to have to run down the 2.
Yeah, I like 2 and 4 in here, but the thing that swayed me is already 5 starts on the 4 horse. 2 is yet to start this year. I think that'll play in big time. I love that it's 6 furlongs, not 5 and 5.5. That maybe bridges the gap between the 2, but it's run solid races in every single start. Even the one that was claimed for $30,000. This horse has a really nice late kick, has been beaten by some absolute monsters. So has to be my top play in here.
Oh, for sure. Figures are there. There's no doubt. I'll talk. I've got the 1 as my 3rd selection. I think it's the top 2 anyway, and then who can run maybe the 3rd in here. This horse has only got the 2 starts. I liked how this horse closed the first time out. You mentioned about this one closing or how it would be. So great call. You were absolutely right there. And then the next time showed some more speed. So I like how they tried the 2 different running techniques. What are they going to try today? I just like that they tried both. And maybe I think this horse does have a future. It's just a tough race to win your maiden. But I had to include it. For me, it's 2, 4, 1.
Yeah, and I added number 7, Cyberstorm. Had been off almost a year going into that race. Battled, chased, and then ended up tiring in the end. But I didn't mind that race at all for a horse that's been off that long and going 5.5 furlongs. Now it's got the air in its lungs. If Applefest doesn't want to go to the front, Cyberstorm will be right there. And horses that have gotten the loose leads in the last couple of weeks as this track has sped up, I think they go a lot farther, so that's why I took Cyberstorm in 3rd. I'm 4, 2, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Prince of the Prairie, stretch. Air Force Reserve, we've been chasing it for a couple. Now it's on top for you.
Why not? So I said the 5th race was a good betting race. I think this
is a great betting race.
Absolutely. Actually, out of the 6 horses in here, I have notes on 5 of them in here. And yes, multiple notes on the 7. So I decided let's torture myself again on this one. This is one of those horses. It's kind of on the insanity list. You know, you just keep thinking it's going to change. But anyway, 2 of the 3 races this horse has come off the pace, ran well. There's a lot less speed in this race, and so maybe today is the day this horse could try to steal it. Morning line 12 to 1, probably be a little less than that though. And then maybe today's finally can win, and then I can just move on. But anyway, I think it's a tough race, a fun race. Why not close it off just before the fireworks.
Yeah, just to get the price on the board. I ended up going to number 4. Better Make That 2. Another price horse in here. Made the first start of the year. Took a shot at the lead. Coming for home. Ended up tiring. Beaten by 5. Yes, it was beaten by the 6 and 7 horse. But both of them had starts under their belt. I think that was a great tightener for Better Make That 2. And again, a horse that might be sneakily on the front end alone. And I say it over and over again, if you can get the front end alone and lull them to sleep, we've seen that a couple of Moratada, great example of that just the other day. This horse, at a bit of a price, could go wire to wire.
Yeah, more than fair on that. Again, one of them that I have in my sequence.
What do you have, all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That doesn't surprise me there.
Let's both talk about the 6. I'm happy that where you've got the 6 back-to-back good races.
Man, bet it last time.
You had a nice
Back-to-back,
very good races.
But I lost the bob.
But you crushed the 2 back, so that was solid. Was just much the best in the maiden race. Came back, big win or a big race. Maybe today's today. Maybe jump up a little bit more. May just like finally want to win. Had to include this horse, especially in my top 3 and in the exactor.
Yeah, definitely off that first win. That was a great race against Red Roadrunner, stalking, pouncing, going off to win. And then last time out, sat right up the back, tried to get up the rail. B. La Soul was the monster favorite, as it was in its previous start when it got beat by Medicine Dog, who ran second in the 3-year-old stake race by a narrow lip. So Bottle Caps sitting on a win. Definitely today could be the day. And number 1, Attaboy Cookie. Both of us have this horse. If you're betting Attaboy Cookie and you see it dead last, well, that's where it's going to be early on. It's got to hope that Bottle Caps, Air Force Reserve, Better Make That 2, and Red Roadrunner all show speed, try and beat each other up early, because Attaboy Cookie has 1 run, and it's about starting at the 3/8 fold of the wire. I'm not sure if Attaboy Cookie will get there for the win. It will be a great price, but I think it's going to be a piece of the top 3.
Again, agree with you. Same kind of thing. It was in. I had this horse at least. It might have been in my show parlay or something like that. Needed this horse. It was in a different area code, and that's always. So just be a little bit closer, and if it is, maybe there's a shot. Has to break. Just can't be too far back. 7-6-1.
And I'm 4-6-1. Good luck with all your wagers this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1. Number 1, Ropers and Wranglers. Make the jockey Sven Balro. Now turning your programs to race number 2. The Come On Eileen race. There are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 3, our featured race on the card, the 18th running of the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. Kicking off, Jackpot Pick 5 Wagering, scratch number 1, Born in a Blizzard, and number 2, Shazette. Make the jockey Antonio Whitehall. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just over $234,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 Wagering. Scratch number 2, 3 rough shots. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. Number 1, Addie's Thunder. Make the jockey Antonio Whitehall. Now turning your programs to race number 6, our first of 2 classic high 5 races. Just a couple overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our other classic high 5 race. Scratch number 3, Prince of the Prairie. Well, it's an absolute beautiful Canada Day race day. Currently under mainly sunny skies. Stretch, you look like you're about 12 feet tall.
Nice.
Well,
I like
you're
the
tall, but
maybe
holy.
not. You in on,
I'm actually pretty tall, too.
Yeah, you in on the pants.
I want those pants.
Why
I
not?
really do.
Yeah.
I like them. Under mainly sunny skies, the temperature, 28 degrees Celsius or 83 Fahrenheit. A light wind out of the northwest at 25 kilometers an hour or 9 miles an hour. And the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 18 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if we can ask you to please rise if you're able and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Happy Canada Day, everyone, and be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available inside the main floor, and if your name is drawn, you're going to receive the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher. You're going to get an ASD t-shirt. You're going to get an ASD ball cap, autographed by myself and Stretch. Then you're going to come up to the press box, watch me call a race. Then you're going to go see the horses in the paddock, and then it's off to the winner's circle to get a framed photo with the winning horse. And if you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. It's also the place to open a free HPIBet.com account so you can bet the races right from your phone. Even better, if you do open a new account and you wager 100, you're going to get 100 in bonus money. Have a great Canada Day evening of racing. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're going to kick off the Canada Day Carter Racing with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-4 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 1, Ropers and Wranglers. Make the jockey Sven Balrup stretch. All right, let's kick it off here in race number 1.
Yeah, a good car. We can see a big crowd. And, it being Canada Day today, we got a nice email from James and Stacy Wheeler from Florence, Kentucky, wishing us a happy Canada Day. Appreciate that very much. Florence, Kentucky's in Turfway. I have bet Turfway many times. Have you been there?
I have never been there. I've bet it. And
I know. I didn't even.
Not much success for me there.
Okay, I wasn't even going to ask if you've bet because I knew you would have bet it. Anyway, thanks for the email. Appreciate that very much.
I heard that I was the favorite of Stacy and James.
Oh, I didn't.
No?
I don't know. You probably are. I didn't get credit.
See, I can lie and they don't even know.
No. Anyway,
Hi, Stacy. Thank you.
You've got so much following. It's plenty. Just somebody.
All
Anyway,
right,
here
let's
we go.
go.
Julia's on camera today, so we're going to start with number 5 as a top selection for both of us. There, perfect. Thank you. This horse is dropping in class, racing against last time out a very nice group of fillies and mares, or the girls. Ran evenly, 2 back, won at basically this level. Now drops to as you made such a good point, to the 5,000 non-4,
Non-4 level.
But because the horse is a Manitoba bred, it's for 75. Such a smart claim. This horse, I think, just has a bit more class than some of the other ones in here. Won't be on the lead, but won't be very far off. Can stalk and kind of take over. May not be a big price, but I think it's the most likely winner.
Yeah, I agree. This horse is going to be definitely close to the front end in here. Another horse I like is the 1, Ropers and Wranglers. Sven Balrup jumps aboard as Antonio Whitehall is on the 5. Ropers and Wranglers made a big rally 2 times ago to win by 2 lengths. Last time out, ran into an absolute win machine in Load Abroad. She has now won 3 in a row, and you weren't getting much in the win column, or at least a win price on her. As everybody knew at that level, she's almost unbeatable. This horse did run a really good race, so fits very well in here. If Commando's Last Dance was not in this race, this would be probable favorite at post time at around 3-2.
For sure. Top effort certainly can be there. And we're talking about maybe not sure who could be the speed or maybe steal it. And that's why I went to the 4, getting 6-1. Last time came off the pace. There was a couple rabbits in there that went really quick. Very good ride by Bino in there to sit just off the race before. Tried to go to the lead. Clearly needed that race. Gets a workout since the last race. I think this horse certainly belongs in here. And who knows, might be able to go gate to wire.
Yeah, another one that can show speed is number 3, Sparkling Silver. Did show a little bit last time out after not a great break out of post position number 1, and then ended up faded, beaten double digits. The winner of that race, Sharp Lightness, ran so huge that day. It makes that 22 lengths look really bad, but Sparkling Silver's best race, definitely good enough for top 3.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 3. Has only had 1 start.
The 2? I just talked about Sparkling Silver. Are you talking about Betty Joe, the 3/2?
Yes, sorry about that. I meant Betty Joe.
Okay.
I said that. I got confused. This horse.
What? You got confused?
I did get confused.
Okay.
This horse has had a couple troubled starts the last few starts. What's the name of the EDR? Do you know which one that?
Energy Downs in Wyoming.
Yes, very nice. Don't know that much about that. I'm sorry about that. But had some trouble. The races at Prairie Meadows put this horse right in the mix. Runs back to those Prairie Meadows. This was a nice long shot to include.
Also look at number 6, Drill Baby Drill. Was beaten by 13 last time out, but that winner, again, won by almost 9 lengths. This horse has some races down at Turf Paradise that really fit well in this field. It'll be interesting what Sachin Paris decides to do, because this horse has showed speed before. So maybe it's the one that's just going to go to the front end, and you get 10 pounds lighter with the apprentice Sachin Paris, and you're getting 11-1 on the board.
Yeah, and don't worry about the 13 lengths. The winner won by over almost 9 lengths,
Yeah.
and that horse didn't belong in that level.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, what do you have?
Well, I did decide after I saw your bets, I changed mine a little bit.
Oh, look at that.
So I'll start 2 bets.
That kind of looks like a 1-up.
$22 daily double, 5 and 2.
And I got a $20 one,
Oh.
5 and 2.
I'll go with a $12 try wheel because I'm not
Okay.
going exact. 5 with 1 4 with 1 4. Just if you want to spend $2, make it a $1 try wheel. 5 with 1 4 1 4. The total would be $2 if you want to make a $1 wheel. That's all.
For sure. And I'm just doing a straight triactor. 5, 1, and 4. That's only $2. But I'm doing a $10 one also. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1. And we'll see you back for race 2. The horse are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,300. Number 1 is Ropers and Wranglers, owned by Pan Am Racing, trained by Lauren Fraser with Sven Balrup. Number 2 is Betty Joe, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Sparkling Silver, owned and trained by Maria Stanford with Dane Dawkins. The 4 is Russian Pearl, owned by Larry Falloon, Stephen Gaskin, and Cindy Lukanichuk, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Demario Bino. Number 5 is Commando's Last Dance, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, Drill Baby Drill, owned by Murray Clear Sky, trained by Sherry Lang with Sachin Paris. Rolling doubles and rolling pick threes. Kicking off here in race number 1. They'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
girls going 6 furlongs to kick off the Canada Day card. Let's start with the 5, is the current favorite. She's running very well. 2 back was a very good effort last time. Just a little too tough for her. Drops in class. Should be sitting in about 2nd or 3rd early. Try to make that late run and get up for the win. Who might be on the lead? That's the 4, Russian Pearl. Can show speed, and when she does, she can get very tough on there and forget to stop. Watch her. And the one that's going to probably sit in 4th or 5th early and then make that late move, that'll be the one. Runs back to the last couple, can be right there. Let's go 5, 4, and 1. Kurt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 5, Commando's Last Dance. Huge win 2 outs ago at the 10-on-3 level, then came back, and it was just too tough in that allowance race. This is a double drop down to the 5-on-4, will be forwardly placed, and I think is the one to beat. I also like number 1, Ropers and Wranglers, with the big win. Also 2 outs ago. Last time out, there was no way that she was going to beat the winner that day in Load Abroad. She does sit closer to the pace, another advantage. So I think she has one of the top shots in here. And I'm going to round it out with the 4, Russian Pearl. Comes off a good win. Used to always go to the front. Now has been shown she can come just off the pace. So she's becoming more valuable now that she can do that. So I'm going to give you a 5, 1, and 4. Good luck here in race number 1.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
And ladies and gentlemen, due to the large crowds on hand, please wager early and avoid that disappointment of being shut out. Once again, please wager early. First post time, approximately 3 minutes away. post time. Huh. Front gates are open for number 4, Russian Pearl. She'll be the first to go into the starting gate. Once she is in, the front gates will be closed. She's now in. Ropers and Wranglers. She'll be the next one in. Betty Joe walks right in. Front gates are open for Sparkling Silver. Sparkling Silver, a little handful for the gate crew, but great job by them. She's in. 2 left to load. The current 1-2 favorite, Commando's Last Dance, is in. And now just waiting on Drill Baby Drill to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Sparkling Silver shows a little bit of early speed with Drill Baby Drill on the outside. Commando's Last Dance now just pulls Antonio Whitehall to grab a piece of the lead and is now going to battle it out with Sparkling Silver. Drill Baby Drill back to third. Betty Joe in fourth. Your trailers are going to be Ropers and Wranglers and Russian Pearl. The opening quarter, 24-3. And Commando's Last Dance still battling it out with Sparkling Silver. Back in third, Drill Baby Drill on the rail. Betty Joe trying to get motivated. Russian Pearl and Ropers and Wranglers is the trailer. 48-1. They hit the head of the lane, and Sparkling Silver with the lead. Betty Joe on the inside. Commando's Last Dance, the favorite, is going to try and run him down. A 16th of a mile to go. Betty Joe, Commando's Last Dance, noses on the wire. Photo finish for the win between Betty Joe and Commando's Last Dance. Sparkling Silver finish in third, and Drill Baby Drill finish in fourth. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 24-3, the half 48-1, 5 furlongs, a minute and 4/5. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14-2. The placing judge has brought out the microscope to find out who is the winner here in race number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's objection here in race number 1. Dane Dawkins aboard number 3, Sparkling Silver, has claimed interference against number 2, Betty Joe, and rider Neville Stevenson, and number 5, Commando's Last Dance, and jockey Antonio Whitehall. Rider's objection, 3 on 2 and 5. Results of the photo show a dead heat for win or a tie between number 2, Betty Joe, and number 5, Commando's Last Dance. Once again, there is a dead heat or a tie for win between number 2, Betty Joe, and number 5, Commando's Last Dance. First off, entering the winner's enclosure, the dead heat winner first is number 2, Betty Joe. Betty Joe is a chestnut mare, 5 years old, by Danza, out of the mare Dandy by Tail of the Cat. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gordo, and written to the tie victory with Neville Stevenson. Next up into the winner's enclosure, the other tie winner, that's number 5, Commando's Last Dance. Commando's Last Dance is a bay filly, 4 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare Sweet Tizzy Lizzy by Tiz Now. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to unofficial victory by Antonio Whitehall. Number 5, Commando's Last Dance, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Keaton and Aiden Zeprek. And ladies and gentlemen, the ejection is still on the board. That rider's objection 3 on 2 and 5. So please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed both claims of foul. So 2, 5, 3, and 6 will become official. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. The Come On Eileen race. There are no changes. Rollin' pick threes and Rollin' daily doubles here in race number 2. Assiniboia Downs has a 50-50 draw that will take place each and every race night. Tonight's jackpot is currently $3,800 and still growing. Tickets are 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. You can get your tickets at guest services from the 50-50 ticket sellers that are roaming the building, or you can just go to 5050.asdowns.com. The draw will take place at 10 p.m. tonight, and proceeds do benefit Final Furlong and the Winners Foundation. And just take note that you do not need to be in attendance to win. You can just check our website at asdowns.com for the winning number. Also, don't forget to check out our 140 VLTs in our spacious Club West Gaming Lounge, located on the second level of the grandstand and open daily from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And tonight we will be drawing for $500 cash during Crazy Hour at approximately 11:30 in the VLT Lounge, and it's absolutely free to enter. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $5,000 was number 1, Ropers and Wranglers, claimed by Bill and Reed Mooney, trainer Bill Mooney. Also claimed was for $7,500 was number 5, Commando's Last Dance, claimed by Drop-In Racing and Parker Wallette, trainer Steve Kaplan Jr. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $10,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1. Well stretched, they run around the racetrack for a minute and 14 seconds. And Betty Joe and Commando's Last Dance finish on even terms in the end and tie for the win.
Yes, it happens rarely, but it does happen. It's
Definitely does.
Very exciting race for sure. And then just the objection, there was some bumping, but it was at the wire, so you're not allowed to get interfere with other horses, and that's what they were looking at. That's a rare, what we just saw, a dead heat with an objection. Should be cleaner. Good finishes coming up with less stuff going on. Here we go.
Well, not for sure, but
Not for
hope
sure.
so.
Okay.
All right, on to race number 2. What do you like, Stretch?
Okay, let's go to the 2. A horse that I like quite a bit here. This horse is dropping in class, can show speed. If it gets the lead, could go gate to wire like the last one.
I also like number 4, Mineral Rights. Came off a really good win last time out in stalking fashion. Not a lot of speed in here. So I expect the 4 to be forwardly placed right in behind the 2 and get a dream trip.
Yeah, one of the closers is the one along the rail. Been off a month, has some workouts coming in. Can sit back and try to make that late close and try to get right there, getting 4-1.
And the 3, Midnight Candy Storm, will be a late closer, sitting about 5-6 lengths off it and coming with a late charge. Was a little bit of a heart gasper last time up, but did get up for the win.
Yeah, the 5 coming from Laurel basically hasn't shown too much, but last year was showing a little bit more. There are some numbers. Put this horse, could be in the mix. That'll be one of your long shots.
And the 6 had a great opener, only lost by 4 lengths in the end, stalking the early speed. If it can do that same kind of race, might outrun its odds of 9-1. Stretch, what do you got here in race number 2 for bets?
I've got a couple bets going. Let's try another double. We're alive in the first one. Let's try a new one. $20 double, 2 and 5. Remember, you can bet as little as $1. Then a $10 tri-wheel, 2 with 1-3 with 1-3. Didn't work out. Remember, you can make it as little as $1 try.
And myself, I'm just going to go an exactor 2 and 4. You can do a $2 one. I'm doing a $20 one. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. And we'll see you back for our featured race, the 18th running of the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. The horses are on the track for race number 2, the Come On Eileen race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $13,700. Number 1 is Olive's Candy, owned by Jerry Lambert, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Rashad Knights. Number 2 is Yellow Birdie, owned by Arneson Farms and Oslin Bell, trained by Lise Pruitt with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Midnight Candy Storm, owned by Dwayne Paulson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Dario Dalrymple. Number 4 is Mineral Rights, owned by Homer Thoroughbreds, trained by Jason Homer with Sierra Pruitt. Number 5 is Destined to Dance, owned by Pan Am Racing, trained by Lord Fraser with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, Tia Susie, owned by Murray Clear Sky, trained by Sherry Lang with Arthur Badu. The Come On Eileen race. Here in race number 2, they'll go to post in approximately 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The horses and riders right now are returning to the paddock as there is lightning in the proximity. So there will be a slight delay into the running of race number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, as we are waiting this slight delay, don't forget to explore the 140 VLTs in our Club West Gaming Lounge, located on the second level of the grandstand and open daily from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And remember, tonight, our $500 Crazy Hour free cash draw will take place at approximately 11:30 tonight, and it's absolutely free to enter. And the fireworks presented by Canfire Pyrotechnics will light up the sky at 11 p.m. We encourage you to stick around after the show and enjoy a beverage and take in some great music, or you can head up to the VLT lounge. That does have 140 VLTs and a free draw for $500. The parking lot will take some time to clear, so why not relax and make the most of your night with us? Ladies and gentlemen, we're still under a slight lightning delay, but thank you for all your patience as this system has been passing through, as you can see. But there's still is a little bit of lightning that is around, so we still are under just a very slight delay. And again, thank you for your patience. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience for this lightning delay. As you see, the system is about to move all the way through, but there still is a little speckle of lightning. So your patience is greatly appreciated during this delay. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are under that lightning delay. We do appreciate your patience, and we do expect it to clear in the near future. Once again, we are under that lightning delay, and we definitely appreciate your patience during this situation. And just a reminder to get your 50-50 tickets. The jackpot is currently at $6,390 and still growing. Tickets 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. And the draw will take place in just a little over 44 minutes. You can get those tickets at Guest Services, the roaming 50-50 ticket seller, or straight from your seat at 5050.asdowns.com. And ladies and gentlemen, time is running out to get your tickets in tonight's 50-50 draw. The current pool is over $7,780. Those tickets, 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. Get your tickets at Guest Services. The 50-50 ticket sellers, or just go online at 5050.asdowns.com. The draw will take place in just a little over 22 minutes. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, the lightning continues to strike, and therefore, we will have to cancel the balance of tonight's race card. However, the fireworks display will still move forward at 10:30 p.m. We'd like to thank you for your patience. And again, the fireworks display will still go off at 10:30 p.m. And ladies and gentlemen, get your 50-50 tickets ready. We have drawn our winning number in tonight's 50-50 draw. Lots of money on the line. The winning number, 7636920. Once again, the winning ticket for tonight's 50-50 draw, 7636920. Tonight's jackpot, $4,700. If you are on hand, please report to guest services on the main floor south end to claim your prize. And ladies and gentlemen, the fireworks presented by Canfire Pyrotechnics will light up the sky at 10:30 p.m. And just a reminder that the main floor bar and concessions will remain open after the fireworks are over. You can also enjoy some beverages and music, or you can head up to the second level for Crazy Hour. $5 beer, shots, and wine, and 25% off all appetizers. Plus, there will be a free draw for $500 in cash. The parking lot will take some time to clear after the fireworks, so why not relax and make the most of your night with us? And unfortunately, due to the inclement weather, we did have to cancel racing this evening. But just a reminder, we do race here at Assiniboia Downs every Tuesday and Wednesday through until October the 8th with Select Monday racing. Those Select Mondays will be July 14th, August the 4th, which is Manitoba Derby Day. We have August the 25th, September the 15th, Those will be the Mondays added, along with every Tuesday and Wednesday, free parking, free admission here at Assiniboia Downs. And ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't give you a good horse to bet on this evening, as we only did run the one race. But what I can tell you, for those of you who are up in the grandstand right now, I'm in the little green box that is either behind you or beside you. And what I can tell you is when the fireworks are going off, you have the best view of the lower fireworks, but those big bangs in the sky, they will be hampered by the upper level overhang of the grandstand. So if you are more than 5 or 6 rows up, you will probably try and get a little bit lower to see some of those fireworks that will be up in the sky. It is 10:08 right now, so if you are looking for the best vantage point for fireworks, that'll probably be found on the main level on the outside tarmac. Post time for the fireworks, approximately 22 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, we encourage you to use the washroom facilities now or refresh your beverage, as again, the fireworks display is set to go off at 10:30 p.m., which is just about 10 minutes away. And just a reminder that the main floor bar and concessions will remain open after the fireworks are over. Or you can enjoy some beverages and some music, or you can head up to the second level for Crazy Hour, $5 beer, wine, and shots, and 25% off all appetizers, plus a free draw for $500 in cash as you're waiting for the parking lot to clear, as it will take a bit of time. And ladies and gentlemen, this is now your 5-minute warning. The fireworks display is set to go off in just 5 minutes. And ladies and down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy Canada Day, Campfire Pyrotechnics. Let's rock and gentlemen, let's hear it for Ken Fire Pyrotechnics. What a show for Canada Day, and a happy Canada Day for everyone. And just a reminder that the main floor bar and concessions will stay open. So stick around, enjoy some beverages and some music, or you can head up to the second level for Crazy Hour, $5 beer, shots, and wine, and 25% off all appetizers. Plus, there is a free draw for $500 in cash. Happy Canada Day, everyone. And just a reminder that racing does resume tomorrow at 7:30. Once again, happy Canada Day.